Try again. Everyone goes south every now and then. Well then, what are you going to work on today? That goes for everybody. What are you working on tonight, Fred?
The same thing I work on every night, Chad.
Sorry about that. We were having toilet drama.
Uh-oh.
Oh, just another part of our toilet broke. Everything's fine.
Oh. I thought y'all were, like, getting into a heated argument over someone's etiquette involving the bathroom.
Yeah.
We have to talk about the toilet. And that was the moment that I knew I was in big trouble.
Knee deep.
You think you're in trouble? Just wait.
There's one object in my cartoon that the line art modifier isn't doing what it should be doing.
Let's have a look. Open her up.
Well, let me try and figure it out on myself first.
I feel like my version of, well, pop the hood and let's take a look is, well, get it up on stream. Let me take a look at it. Reckon it ain't got no gas in it. I like that old Fox McClout up there in them fighter pilot planes fighting them space boogers. Reckon his daddy must be real proud of him. There needs to be a Lilati and Carl Childers. Full stop. I want to watch that movie again. That could be Pepe's brother. My brother Pepperidge. He's training that old boy Fox McClout up there in that starship fighting them space boogers from Uranus. It's just like Peppy squared in every way. Peppy multiplied by Peppy. I think that would hit pretty good. Yeah, in my canon, his name is Pepperidge Hare, which works without being corny because they don't refer to themselves by their species. It's just a name. Cletus Lepus. No, I still have to finish the first one.
First what?
I'm streaming the first
Right.
Super Mario RPG. Someone asked if I played the remake, and I'm like, I still have to finish the first one, yeah.
From what I've noticed so far, it's almost 1-to-1, but they've made
That's
certain things
great.
easier. So,
That's fine. I mean, I didn't find the original extremely challenging. I
No.
played way more complicated RPGs and Final Fantasy and Lunar and Lufia and shit like that. So I felt like it would be like the Mario version of an RPG. And that's exactly what it was. It was exactly what it needed to be, and it was a great game. And I had no idea like how to explain the different vibe it had, and then I looked up who was responsible for it, and I was like, oh, okay, of course they made it. I'm sorry, I can't help. I got all these ass cheeks on my white tee. All of the hoes, they be grinding on me. Coming to the club every night of the week. Keeping me popping them crispy white tees. It's completely ruined the song for me.
See, I know we've talked about this before, because you keep hearing that, and I keep hearing you say, booty on my white teeth. Like he's just munching butt. That's just, every time you say that, that's just what I hear.
Where did I hear that? Oh yeah, that was the Keisha Fabo. I got ass cheeks on my white teeth. All of them hold me grinding on me. Oh man. Oh yeah, you know the Sims thing. Oh my god. I'm almost done with the head layer. Then I can move on to the mouth layer and the eyes layer and the teeth layer and the the eye patch. Oh jeez. I'm doing it little by little. That's not what I heard.
Was there an update on the toilet drama, Bubba?
All up on my white tee.
sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted. No, the part that kept popping off just needed to be twisted back on.
Okay.
But if it happens again, I'm buying a new part.
I mean, we probably should. It's technically broken.
Message.
Okay. I'm gonna for real render it this time.
For now, you'll find something else and re-render.
I did once already.
Just so you know, if there's nothing too necessary, well, I mean, you're doing the Kuhara filter if you gotta have it with that. If you rendered without composition nodes, just turned it like at the top of the composition page and put no nodes, it renders like 30 times faster.
No nodes.
But you wouldn't be able to use your composition thing compositor. Don't worry about it. Just keep doing it the way you're doing. But I've found certain things that are extremely simple looking, or like a basic color palette that doesn't need, film grain. If
I can just do that in DaVinci.
Yeah, exactly. If every effect you're doing, if you're only rendering one view layer and every effect you're adding in the compositor is doable in a video editor, don't use the compositor, just render without compositor nodes. At the top of the compositor screen, it's got the use nodes thing. You can untick that and it will just do a direct single frame render, and it doesn't have to composite anything. It'll just just like pop them out that fast. But I mean, I don't get to use that on 99% of the stuff that I do, because 99% of the stuff I do needs the compositor effects. Like chromatic aberration, I don't do that one in, I mean, it's nice to preview it in Blender, but all of those nodes, like pulling it apart into the RGB, shifting them, and then just adding them together, it adds like 11 seconds per frame. And when you're rendering out 3,500 frames, that's a long time. That's more than a day-night cycle. That's your graphics card running non-stop for like 30 hours.
Well, I'm wondering then if I should just like duplicate and apply my line art modifiers, if that'll make the render time faster. Or I guess it kind of wouldn't matter.
How long are your frames taking to render anyway? What are you doing, 1080 by 1920?
Yeah, just for phones.
Yeah. Well, if you're just rendering it at 1080p sideways or not, that's not that long of a render time.
It's about 2 seconds to.
Oh, 2 seconds
render.
a frame?
Yeah.
That's magnificent. Then do whatever.
Yeah.
That's like.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not that worried about it. Yeah. No.
No, my shit, if I'm lucky, I get it under like 20 seconds a frame. Of course, but I'm rendering it at like 4K with 25 compositor nodes. That each of those nodes takes what came before it, like a big 1080p PNG or whatever, and runs it through the node. And then now the output of that is that new changed image going to the next node. And each one of those nodes, it has to process a full image with something. That's one thing I wish they'd fucking hurry up with the grease pencil and get it fully migrated.
Well, I rewatched it 4 times after making a correction, so I think I'm ready to render. Here I go.
Do you want me to? Well, hey, Xerox, that's an interesting idea. The thing I figured out for the violence is the languages are pretty much going to be crude spellings of the word tongue. Crude pronunciation, like the old word, or like the old term for basically English in the violence is tongue, but it's since been changed over to Porter. Asking someone if you speak Porter is like, do you speak English? For, you know, historical reasons in the canon. But the Slavic language, the Russian, Ukrainian, you know, whatever language that's going to be spoken in the violence, there's going to be some crossover. Like even the regular English dialogue, it's going to be kind of like Deadwood, where people talk fancy and use words that are not in the regular lexicon of, you know, everyday life, and some words that just don't even fucking exist. It's gonna be like Dune. You're gonna hear a word, we're like, what the fuck does that mean? And you go look it up, and it's like, this word doesn't exist. It's a word in that universe, and it means this. There will be like a little, maybe little glossary notes that I'll put out after the episodes. I'm so excited to work on it. I'm so excited to write the script. But yeah, like the words for venom, like, you know, or something in those languages, it's neat. But I'm super excited. Like, I get this done first. Tree Squirrel, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. I want to pay Sid to if Sid doesn't have time or the scheduling to work on my cartoon, I'd like to pay Sid to come over and give me Chinese lessons. So I do that for Russian. If I feel extremely intimidated having a Russian teacher that I like. I don't know. I'm a little loose and rough around the edges, and I don't want to offend someone or make someone uncomfortable. And I loved my former Russian language teacher very much, and she's perfect at her job. But I'd like somebody that I can be a little more loose with, and joke about things and joke about memes and like, so I don't know how to explain it, but like she had never heard of Nintendo or the Mario Brothers, and there are so many other references to things that I wanted to joke about that she had like no idea what I was talking about. I guess it's a trade-off for having an absolutely perfect teacher. I may go to her again one day, but I mean like somebody here local that's, like my age and plays video games and happens to be a Russian language teacher or something. Like a Sid, but instead of Chinese, Russian. You get what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna talk to him about that. He needs money just like I need money, and I'd be very happy to pay him for actual legitimate Mandarin lessons, because he used to be a teacher. He used to teach that. So man, I have the money if he's got the time. And he's already said that I, in a couple of weeks of fucking around and joking with him, that my pronunciation of everything is better than some people who have actively been learning Mandarin for years. I was like, well, shit. But I would like to get back into that for sure. I can continue learning. The Duolingo for Japanese has actually been very nice. For Russian, and for Mandarin, it's like, here, memorize how to draw all of these symbols before I show you how to pronounce anything. And I mean, I get it, but even Sid says it's like the way they do Mandarin on Duolingo is not good at all. Russian is all right, but at this point, like I've been learning Russian like as a hobby for like 5 years, and you know, I can have a very small conversation with people. I know almost 2,000 words. I can pronounce shit almost perfectly. You know, not enough to fool you into thinking I'm from Russia, but you know, I don't sound like, вы говорите по-русски, you know. And it's been fun. I love learning Russian. I love trying to memorize more words and increasing my vocabulary. But I don't have enough interaction with Russian speakers to cement a lot of it. But if I had Sid, you know, 2 or 3 lessons a week, 1 or 2 lessons a week, whatever he's up for, whatever, most importantly, whatever is worth his time. And I'd be paying in US dollars. The US dollar is very strong in comparison to Canadian dollars. Lord knows why, but made it to the swamp last night in Darkwood. Rex, Bubba, are y'all there?
Yeah, I'm just rendering, so I don't know if I'm going to sound choppy or not. That's why I've been
Oh yeah, you're
keeping quiet.
You roboted.
I've been
there
listening, though.
a little bit.
Yeah, so
But yeah, what do you think?
I'm here, but only in spirit.
I think that'd be great to figure out how to get Sid to come over and schedule lessons and stuff. He was thinking about doing it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck doing it for a class. Come over and do it for me. I'll pay you whatever they'd pay you. Shit. And I'm gonna learn it so much faster if I have someone there that's like, okay, do this, now say this, no, you did it wrong, here's this, instead of like practicing it all night and getting proud of myself and then going in and having someone be like, no, that's all wrong. Everything that you practiced and trained last night for 6 hours, you need to forget that and start over. Hi, DT. You don't have to mute yourself and hide.
I mean, I hi.
How's it going?
I mute myself because I sometimes feel like my mic picks up my keyboard, so whenever I'm not talking, I
Understandable.
press the button. Yeah, and I just mute it. And also, I tend to sneeze very loudly. My family keeps telling me that I have really loud dad sneezes. So if I let loose a sneeze,
Oh,
I don't want to
you do the thing where you go. "Ah."
Yep. I just got it straight from my dad. I got it straight from my dad, and it's one of the many things that I inherit from him.
I
So,
try
you
so
know,
hard to cover mine up, but it doesn't
there's
always
a
work.
point where I was like, nah, a strong sneeze is a sign of a strong spirit, so I just let it out.
So that's why I do like the dad sneeze. Like, well, I don't want to sound like a fucking Pokemon when I sneeze. Make that canon for Wolf's dad. He has the loudest, like he sneezes loud enough to make people around him like turn and go, dude, what the fuck?
Like
Well,
if
I
I'm
can't help
somewhere,
it.
if I'm somewhere public or something, or like in a library or something like that, yeah, I'll keep it quiet. But I'm at home. As a matter
Hell
of fact,
yeah, like just blast it out at the library, not give a fuck.
no,
Like, they
that'd
can't
be
get
rude,
mad
that'd
at
be
you. You're
very
like, I'm
rude.
sorry, I sneezed. What planet do you come from where people don't sneeze? That's great. That's canon now. Wolf's dad has a severe dad sneeze. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Like a battle cry.
Dad, what the hell? You should have a scene where Wolf is having a nightmare where he's turning into his dad, just like the one from a Goofy movie. And Max has that nightmare where he's like turns into Goofy at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, I will 100% admit that Cale O'Donnell's voice is just me trying to do a good kind of more southern accent sounding Pete from Goof Troop.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm not literally trying to sound like Pete with his suave, you know, like, well, Goof, that's too bad, you know, or like what, but like getting down to that, like, what the hell are you doing, boy? Like, kind of down there. Boy, you didn't get your hair cut. Now, Dad, we don't call it a haircut anymore. It's hairstyling. And yes, if you didn't put 2 and 2 together from the plush ad, even though it is a non-canonical there, parts of it do ring true. The fairy that Cale thinks he paid to just run his fingers through Wolf's hair is indeed Wolf's hairdresser, canonically in A Fox in Space, Panther Caroso. That is how Wolf and Panther meet. Panther is doing Wolf's hair and mentions that, you know, like, hey, I'm getting into this, and he's like, does it pay well? You know, and Wolf's like, yeah, well, I'll hit you up if I find out. If I'll hit you up when I find out. And he's like, yeah, tell me, man, I gotta, you know, clientele is lacking. I have to get out of here, you know. I am going to have, I'm going to ask Andre Pena. Andre is the voice of Louis Serra from Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Message!
Andre Pena, voice of, yeah, the dude from RE4 Remake, the remake, not the original RE4.
Do they have different voice? I mean, they probably
Yeah,
do
different
have a
voice
completely
actors.
different- Yeah.
I mean, that game's over 20 years old.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when did
Yeah.
the original?
Yeah, 2004, I think, 04 or 05. Yeah, 2005. It's 20 years old.
I wasn't in high school. I was in middle school when that game came out, I think. Definitely not old enough to play that game, but I played it anyway.
Oh, jeez. I was like 9 years old when I got Mortal Kombat on Sega Genesis. I had the blood
Sweet.
code. I went into the store and bought it. Mama, and the dude at the counter was like, "Now, ma'am," you know, talking to my mom, like, you know this game does have violence, but you have to have a code." And I just went ABACABB, and he looked down at me and looked at my mom and just like pursed his lips and like shrugged. He was just like, "Well, yeah, that's the code." She's like, I know.
Wait, a code for what?
The blood code. That was the blood code for the, you know.
So wait, the game didn't have blood originally, and like you have to put in a code so it will come out? Or...
Oh yeah, and on the Sega Genesis version of, well, the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat 1, it just looked like gray sweat when you hit them. But on the Sega Genesis one, yeah, there wasn't anything, and if you typed it like in the opening thing where it's like the opening crawl, where it's like, or the scrolling thing where it's typing out the message behind Mortal Kombat in the tournament and whatnot, you press ABACABB, and you hear Scorpion go, "Get over here," and it shows red at the bottom, like prepare for combat or whatever. And then when you play the game, it has blood.
Is it combat with a K?
Yeah.
Nice. Keep it in brand.
Killer combo. Combo with a K. I mean, I think it
Someone
is,
has
actually.
a Python question, Fred. I don't know if you would be able to parse it, since Python is a
Why is
tag
the
in your
cutoff
stream.
number one number shorter when using negative and going backwards? Is that like a reverse count after threshold thing? Just be a question for my husband too. Negative step values or a reverse count after threshold? Well, I'm probably a bigger noob to Python than you are, but I can try and figure something out. Yeah, this might sound like a cop-out, but have you asked this question to ChatGPT? I only say because ChatGPT has a specialty in Python related stuff. Before you do, read this on my screen. No, I don't usually suggest asking ChatGPT anything, but it is specifically very good most of the time with Python. The behavior you're describing is due to how Python slicing works when you're iterating with a negative step value. Let's break it down for each case. For X is 1 to 8 to 2. Start index is 1, so it begins at index 1. The stop index is 8, but in Python slicing, the stop index is exclusive, meaning it stops before reaching index 8. So I guess kind of like a for loop going exclusive, but Yar, absolutely. For X is 7 to 1 to -2, slicing works similarly, but with the key difference that you're stepping backwards. The start index is 7, so it begins at index 7, stop index is 1. But since you're stepping backwards, the stop index is also exclusive in the opposite direction. This means it stops before reaching the index of 1, not after it, or on it, I suppose. Step is -2, meaning you move 2 steps at a time, but backwards. Yeah, so I hope that helps. I do strongly recommend asking these questions to ChatGPT. I think that's the only thing I've ever actually used ChatGPT for, is asking it things about Blender and Python. And it was right 98% of the time. I will admit it straight up. Sure, AI is great for certain things. Generative AI that is trained illegally on non-consenting artists' work is shit, and I will never morally accept that in any way whatsoever. But, sorry, I'm looking up what webcam I should get for motion capture. Are there any motion capture people in chat that have steadily used webcam AI filter based motion capture to get an FBX from webcam videos of yourself moving around? I don't know if anyone else has used that. Also, yeah, Lope, thank you for answering some questions. So I suppose I could just go for 2 C920s. Because someone was using the C270. And they said that it was very smooth and very good. So the C920, it does 1080p. Yeah, I'll just buy 2 of those. I don't fucking care. They're cheap. They're on sale. They will get here in 4 days. That's fine. I can wait 4 days. I'm going to be animating for the next 4 days, I can guarantee you. I need to get a Canadian Amazon card so I can use the points. All right, there's my motion capture cameras purchased. Glad Chris started hanging out in the voice chats. It's been fucking long enough. Bing. You know, if I get these models to look good enough, people won't even need onion rings. Onion skins.
I'd like some onion rings.
Man, I could go
I would
over
love
to
some onion
where we're
rings.
going, Marty. You don't need onion rings. Via onion skins, because I'm finding for most of this, the model's close enough, and if I turn the onion skins off, I can, like, it looks fine. A little imperfect, but oh, this is the last one. I'm on the last hairpiece. Hell yeah. There he is. That's his head done on twos. DT, if you're working on that thing I sent you, this is an example. This is what I started with first. Spicy gay dog.
What? First onion rings and now it's spicy dog. Oh yeah. Also, here I'm gonna. Something was working last time, and now it is not working. It's the
Don't
layer.
tell anybody.
Your little layer
Wait,
management
what's not-
thing.
Something's not working?
Your little layer, the layer management thing, decided not to work, and I don't know exactly why. I don't know if I messed with it. I'm gonna share my
Let's
screen.
take a look under the hood.
Yep. All right.
Show me.
Show me. Show me, please.
Can you see my blender? So when I just click on run, it gives me this. Can you read the error message, or is it too small?
No, hold on. File, blah, blah, blah. Did you get simple layer operator 37? Simple operators. What button are you pressing?
I'm clicking on the run button right here. Run script.
You just,
Yeah, I just opened it up and I clicked on run script, and it gives me this message.
that has nothing to do with my file. That's the version that, like, what do you not have the add-on installed? Like, are you hitting run every time that you load it? What's a file where it does work? Do you have a Bill Gray file that does work?
I mean, when I do it on all
They're
the
like
other,
from the-
like on the practices that you've sent before, I'll
Yeah,
just go over
that
here.
one. Yeah, what happens on that one? Well,
I click on run. and
you have a
it
more
appears.
recent one, like one of the ones from Bill Gray.
Yeah. So it's right here. Like, this is just over here. Yeah, this is small, so it's over here.
All right, yeah, open the, because I thought that you would have had it.
I mean, last time here, let me.
Well, no,
open, like-
open the editor there. I mean, the text editor, and it should. I mean, it should be fine. And you hit run on that one. What does it do?
It runs.
That one? Well, just copy all the text from that and paste it into the other one. Because I haven't changed anything. Hold on a minute. This file actually has that in it. I must have typed, like opened it and like hit a typo or something. I don't know. Let me look. Text editor, layer manager. Yeah.
Is there a way to like? Is there a shortcut
It does
to
it on
select
mine
everything?
too. I think I must have hit a typo somewhere. Let's see. Simple operator OP37 is not defined. 35 to 5 to 6, 36, 37, 37.
See, here it works. It still gives me the error.
Yeah, I haven't made a 37 yet. So here, let me show you how to fix that. Now we're doing some Python.
Yay!
So
All right,
if you look in the script,
hold on. I'm looking at.
I've got, here at the very, very bottom, you'll see I've got operator 35, operator 36, and we haven't made a 37, but I've got it down here to have some blank ones from 37, 38, 39, and 40. And on the unregister as well, I've got 37, 38, 39, and 40. So I'm going to make a copy of operator 36 here, like all this, and copy it. See, so what you can do to fix this right now, the easiest thing, come down here to the very end. You at the very end on yours?
Let me go to
at the very end and delete. Yeah, open the new one where it's doing the error. And just delete these lines, 40, 39, 38, and 37. Like there's two for each one. There's the operator and the menu function. So delete the 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40, and 40. These specific lines right here. 36 is the last one we did, so just delete those. And it should be op 36, op 36, then apply noise panel layer after that. And that should be it.
Yeah.
Now, those are the unregisters. Scroll up until you get to the registers and do the exact same thing. The 37, 38, 39, and 40 lines. It's just the next big line. You went past it a little bit. Yeah, those. And just delete those. And now when you run it, runs fine. I didn't finish adding the operators there. I'll do it later. But yeah, that's...
No, look at that. It runs.
Yeah. Because if you look here, these are my special operators. Like, operator 2 is just like unhide materials and do a thing. Each of these is one of my little things, like the jiggle thing that jiggles the lines around and all that stuff. And I got up to 36. This is the, I believe this is the jiggle operator. Grab stuff after alt select for retopology is the thing I did. Oh yeah, this is the one I did just for the retopology stuff. And it's, if you notice, it's operator 36. And then after that is just all the registry of the operators. Like I don't have a 37, 38, 39, or 40, but I went down here and added them because I was in the future gonna just like grab 36 here like I'm doing and just do paste, 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 paste. And now I go in and you know, find the first like 35, 36, and now this 36 and select all of this and do a replacement.
So you
And
basically
like
added,
replace
extra.
36 with 37, replace 36 with 38 and all that stuff. And like just, that's how I make duplicates of everything. So that should,
All right,
yeah.
that's an easy fix.
Yeah. I didn't finish defining my operators, and that's why I did that.
And here I was getting worried about Python being complicated.
Dude, you want to make a Python script for anything in the world, I can show you how to do it in 10 minutes.
Sweet.
So next time, I mean, in anything in the world in Blender.
Yeah.
You want to set up a macro to do like 10 things specifically to an object or whatever? Yeah, like I can find out. Look, this is how you do it. Like when you have the template thing set up, you open another window called info. This is every command that you run. Let's say you wanted to move something on the x-axis 1 unit to the right. You do that, this line right here is the command that it just ran. It's like object that you have selected dot move, and then all these things you just did. You literally right-click this line of code and hit copy and paste it into your script. So when button press, if object selected, run these commands, and then you can rotate it. And there's the rotate command. You can you know, scale it. There's the resize scale command. You want to do all 3 of those things to it. You select all 3 of these. Right click copy. open up your fucking Python editor and go to that thing where you like paste the code into the operator, like right here, and you just go here and just doop, put those in and indent them. There you go. Now when I run this operator, it runs these 3 commands on the object that I just selected. It's that easy. You don't have to look up coding. You can like do the thing you want it to do, and in that info window right here, you just find the lines of code that you ran, copy them, and paste them into your script. That's literally how I have done every single bit of this, like for my script. I ran a thing and I'm like, oh, that's the line of code, copy paste. 99% of these functions for jiggling the lines, changing to a layer, you know, like how when you hit shift 1 and it does, you know, change to body layer, change this, that, and other. It's like you change to your draw mode, hide everything else, unhide. See, like every time I hit a button and isolate a layer, hide a layer, whatever, like yeah, it shows up here.
What's going on under the hood? Yeah.
Yep. Like you go into edit mode. See, it's like edit mode toggle. Okay, I'm in edit mode. A to select all. See, select all. Everything I do, you can just select all of these, copy them, and fucking paste them into the operator, you know, indent them with tab, and there you go. Like all those things I just did, you hit a button and it will do all of those things. It's like I'm not even that good at doing this stuff, and this fucking thing does everything I want it to do.
Cool. The thing about it is that I feel like I can already, like, Blender already does so, like, for example, like the thing with the bones I was telling you last time, it's like, oh, those are just bone groups, and it's like, well, fuck it, I guess I don't need, like, it already exists already.
Yeah, you will eventually find a situation where you're gonna want a script, and I'll be there to help you with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, tired baby. Greg's got the puppy dog at his friend's house, and his buddy has another black lab that almost looks exactly like Lex. And they have been fighting and running and jumping and wrestling for hours, and now he's retired to the couch.
Healthy puppy behavior.
Lurking on the stairs. Hey, Rex.
Yeah.
You've seen our backyard, right?
Recently, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the wooden fence and everything. This is Big B from 2015. That is our backyard fence.
I remember. Well, I wasn't there for that, obviously, but
that is how high the snow was.
Snow.
That's literally like a 5-6
That's
foot
crazy.
fence.
I'm glad he had no temptation to jump it.
Homie, I do not live in Texas. My homie in Christ.
Yeah.
Big B was a good puppy dog. He was precious. Man, Lex is gonna be fucking tired when he gets home. Oh, are you starting on the mouths first?
Oh, I already did the face.
Really? Shit. Now, I don't want you doing anymore once you get to the point where you felt like you put in 5 or 6 hours.
I mean, I just mean like, you know, I finished a lot of the head yesterday, and today I would literally just did film.
How many hours have you worked on this file so far?
Like, you gave me for 5 hours of work, right?
Yeah, roughly. Just, you know, like I said,
I've worked like maybe 2 hours on it, maybe a little more, 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay.
I spend most of my day doing
Well, when you get to where you've spent, you know, like, you know, breaks, whatever, you know, round up on things, I don't care.
Yeah.
But when you get to where you've hit that, let me know and send me the file of like, because this, damn, yeah.
Look at him, he's got no mouth or eyes, but he must scream.
No, that's great.
I think there's one frame where I think I might have moved the lines a little bit, and they're outside the fills. I saw it.
I mean, you get it done, and like, if you do cleanup on it, that accounts too.
Oh, sure.
I sound like I'm from Texas. No. Sandy Cheeks sounds like she's from Texas. Well, I'll have to amicably disagree on that. I do not think I sound like I'm from Texas. I don't really sound like my family's all from around Tennessee and Virginia, but I don't sound like I'm from there either. Now, if you got me on the phone and I was talking to my mom, yeah, then I'd just sound stupid. Hey, mommy, I'm coming up to see you there, and yeah, that's more a Tennessee, Virginia accent, I suppose. Less Sandy Cheeks, more Clarice Starling.
It's funny how, like, you know, living a long time outside of the United States, but still hearing people speak English from different countries, I can tell the difference between like a lot of different accents and a lot of different languages. But sometimes I hear like, that just sounds like a southern U.S. accent.
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
some people can pick them apart down to like, you know, the neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's like trying to hear the difference between Spain Spanish, Cubano Spanish, Mexican Spanish, things like that, where like Spanish speakers can just instantly is like, oh, that guy's definitely from Cuba or whatever.
Yeah,
I can hear little differences, but I can't tell you which differences are from where, if that makes any sense. For southern United States and for, you know, like northern, you know, if someone sounds like they're from Rhode Island or New York City or Boston, I can do a little bit of that. I'm pretty good at that, but like southern United States, I can tell if somebody's from Texas or someone's from around, you know, like Georgia, Carolinas, around there. Not always, because, you know, you're always going to have families that like, oh, my family moved from Texas when I was 1 year old and I've lived in Tennessee my whole life, but my family has a Texan accent, and all you hear is, you know, like, oh, well, this guy's lived in Tennessee his whole life, but he sounds like he's from other places, you know, and they'll tell you that they're from Tennessee, but, you know, for some people, it's a lot more obvious. Me, I was born in Florida, moved back to Tennessee where, you know, my father's side of the family's from. My mother's from a place in Tennessee that's like an hour or two, my mother's family is from a place in Virginia that's like an hour or two from where we're in Tennessee. So, you know, I would not call that a Tennessee accent. I would call that an Appalachian accent.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, but the Appalachian accent is just if you're from that part of the country that's got those old hills, like, you know, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Carolinas, like up in those mountains, the Appalachian Mountains, that's kind of one collective accent there a little bit. Oh yeah, we get dogged on a lot. I don't know. I wouldn't talk like that to anybody. I don't know. I'm also gay, so that cuts me out of half of the community meetings, I guess. But no, like the little town that my mom lives in Greenville. You'd think it'd be one of those like, you better get out of town before the sun goes down, boy. But like, no, everybody there is like, everybody just wants to survive and get along. Yeah, you're gonna have a few assholes, but a lot of the people I've hung out with who are very like backwoods up in the mountains and kill their own food and whatnot, every one of them's like, oh yeah, I have a gay cousin, he's married, I don't fucking care, you know, like that kind of attitude. You'll get the handful of hardcore Trumpers and whatnot, but you know, it's fucking Tennessee, what do you expect? But a lot of people that I've dealt with there have had people around who were gay or whatever, and you know, make them a plate of food just like anybody else. They don't fucking care. Sometimes people are intimidated when they hear somebody with an accent like that, but I would never want anybody to feel that way around me. I mean, if you take 5 seconds to get to know me, it's like, no, this guy ain't, you know. No, it's like the shopping cart test, but I call it the flat tire test. How many people are gonna pull over and help you change a tire, but then they find out who you voted for, or they find out that you're gay, or you're this, that, or other, and they're like, oh, well, change your tire your damn self. I cancel my help. I rescind my offer to fix your tire. Like, nobody's gonna fucking do that. So, some people like to change tires for people that are from like a wildly different walk of life, so they can have a cool story to tell when they get to supper that night. Like, oh my lord, there are these weird looking fellas from Los Angeles. They're like, sir, please help us change our tire. We're so lost. It's like meeting an alien.
It's,
I
you
have
know,
helped
that will always like
Huh?
kind of hit me a little bit. It's like the United States is so big that it's like, oh well, they got so much. There's so much diversity. Because I mean, back in Venezuela, it was like, well, Venezuela was pretty small. So it's like, yeah, you got like, it's like, oh, these are the people from the city, and these are the people that are more from the mountains, and these are the people that are more from like the beach. But like, generally, we're all not the same, but like Venezuelans are Venezuelans. You know, we're all pretty similar. But like in the United States, like if you meet someone from the far east and you meet someone from like the far west of the country, it's like completely different types of people, you know. And it's like, oh, it's kind of wild. The variety. You know, so you know,
Hell
you have
yeah.
a lot of like just people that come to the country, and it's like, oh well, where are you from? It's like, oh, I'm actually from India, but I just came here like 5 years ago. I met, at least here in Florida, I meet a lot of people who's like, oh yeah, no, I'm from Honduras, or I'm from Dominican Republic, but
Yeah.
I moved here like 2 years ago, and it's like, oh wow, you know.
Nope, I am at my core unavoidably a Florida boy. I still tell people I'm from Tennessee because, like, we, you know, moved to Tennessee before I was even old enough to drink. We moved back to Tennessee, and I lived there for a long time. And just everyone in my family had that accent and talked like they were from Tennessee, Virginia area. And when I got back up there, it was like, oh, I'm back up here. People talk normal now. I don't know. Florida was way more redneck. Tennessee was way more hillbilly. I don't know. Like, I felt in Florida people fucked with you because you were gay a lot more than people did when I was in Tennessee. And this is coming from someone who, like, I didn't go out to restaurants and stuff and be like, oh, hello, mother giraffe. What do you feed your babies? Ah, or whatever. Like, I was just, you know, I kept very quiet to myself, but you know, if somebody at a restaurant was like, wait, this dude's gay? What the fuck, miss? Hey, miss, can you seat us somewhere else where I'm not next to a, you know, or something like that? But like Florida, that was a problem all the time. Well, you know, not all the time, but very, very often it happened. Not hating on Floridians. Like I said, I was born and raised in Florida. I lived there for like 19 years. But in Tennessee, like, no. I remember one time I was at a truck stop with my friends, and some of us were very obviously gay, and there was like a whole bunch of truckers who were sitting at a table, like kind of a Dumb and Dumber kind of situation, like Seabass. Like I was like, man, those guys are. We were afraid they were gonna like beat us up or fuck with us or something. But this was up north. This wasn't in Florida. This was in somewhere in Tennessee on 40 or 24. I can't remember. But we were like, oh fuck! And dude came over, and I was like, oh my god, this guy's gonna call us, you know, the F word or the Q word or whatever, and he just came over and he's like, is that he just came over to me and he was like, is that truck front wheel drive? And I just said, I was like, no, sir, it's rear wheel drive. And he's like, well, you're going to want to put some weight in the back of it if y'all are heading west over here or wherever he said. I don't even remember where we were going. We were going to go like hang out with some furries or something. But yeah, they were kind of looking at us out of the corner of their eye the whole time we were in the diner. And I was like, fuck, like we're up in Tennessee and these guys, whatever. And they came over, or like the dude came up and like, that's what he said. And he was just like, well, you probably want to get some sandbags or a bag of cement or something heavy to put in the back of that because all the roads are iced up and blah, blah, blah. And that's all he said. And I thanked him. I remember that. But like my heart rate was going. I was like, these guys are going to make fun of us or blah, blah, blah. Like, no, he just like, dude, if your truck's rear wheel drive, you're going to want to put some weight in the back because all the roads are iced up. And that was so cool. It was, I don't know, it was a moment, I guess. A moment in time.
I'm back.
Okay. I'm curious about this because you mentioned it before. How can you tell when someone is gay? Because you've mentioned that a couple of times. It's like, oh, this friend's like, oh, in the outside.
A gaydar.
Like,
like a radar for gay people, a gaydar.
Yeah, like
Gaydar is a thing, but I usually wait for
no,
somebody to tell me.
I was on the road with some very obvious furries.
Okay, that I can
Like-
I can detect the furry. Like I can by looking at like, oh, they have like a sticker on their water bottle, or they have like something.
These days, it's the pride flag sticker, progress flag sticker, or you fling your wrists around and talk very effeminately, or like little things that can tell your Q or LGBT or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But I mean, even only somewhat quasi furry or quasi LGBT whatever, like even if only a little bit, you still stick out like a sore thumb when you're in a truck stop diner. Me, not so much. I'm almost always the least gay looking and acting person in every group. Not bragging, it's just kind of, like I look like someone you would not buy a car from, and I sound like somebody that you would not believe had a boyfriend or a husband. I don't know. I had a lot of friends that when
I think in
told
public
them
I look homophobic. I'm not. I just think that I look it.
yeah, Bubba, you like, you could go one way or the other because it depends on the type of gay person that's sizing you up. Because there's some that'd be like, oh wow, he doesn't look very, and then others that would be like, oh no, he's one of us. Hey,
Oh,
get
yeah.
over here.
That's the one I want talking to me too.
Yeah. Daddy.
Oh no!
But no, I met a couple of gay fellers that were from, Appalachia or whatever, and I don't know. Like, I'm totally fine with anybody's lifestyle, or like I hate calling it. Like, you're this lifestyle you're living, but I'm very, very conservative, like with the way I just mean like the way I present myself and act in public is very conservative. I'm very quiet. I keep to myself. I'm not fabulous, I guess is the right word. I'm very covert. I don't know, reserved. Maybe that would be better. Not that I give a shit. I just well, if you're gonna keep working on there, I'm gonna put you up on.
I mean, why wouldn't I keep
the
working
side
on
screen.
it?
Well, I don't know. It's just that you brought up your Blender stream to fix a problem. I didn't know if you wanted it to be. Is that? Oh, I've got you on the wrong. There we go. But yeah.
I think in my own case, the whole fact that I don't like a lot of the typical like presenting gay people. Like, yeah, I like cars. I like. Well, actually, I was going to say the gym, but a lot of gay dudes like the gym, and they're very obvious about it. But I mean, like, I like guns. I like cars. I like certain select sports, but not all of them. And I don't know. I'm not super into a lot of what the very flamboyant culture of gay is into, so there's that sort of divide. I don't hate any of that stuff. It's just not my bag. I'm not gonna.
No, I'm familiar with quite a lot of it. I know Judy Garland and Ethel Merman and Hair. But like I said, I was brought up in a cowboy hillbilly environment when I was a kid, so that's kind of my aesthetic. I don't know. Everybody, like all the super gay people that I've talked to, have always said that I look somewhere between the Wolfman and a Vietnam veteran, and I can wear that. I can run with that. That's all right. Vietnam vet werewolf, old scruff guy. Like, yeah, I could wear that. I'll wear that. I'll bear that cross. I've got to change your name. No, I don't.
I feel like if my dad was a furry, he'd be a Vietnam vet wolf. He's dead, but I feel like that's what he would be. That or a gopher.
An old SO of mine, Dad was like, if I gotta make a character, it's gonna be a bald eagle, because I'm an American. I'll be an American furry. He like literally was a bald eagle. I'm like, that's badass. All right. It's
Based.
Dad, what's your persona? I don't know. Can it be based? Yeah, I guess. All right. Well, I don't know. Ground squirrel, I guess.
I don't think I've ever done anything like that for my family at all. They never liked it, actually. None of my family members ever liked me.
No, my mom thought it was strange and weird. Nowadays, it's like, you know, you're at your office job and it's like, oh, my son's a furry. Oh, your son's a furry? Yeah, my son, I just found out that my son was a furry last year. Like, does he hang out anywhere? Like, what kind of stuff does he draw? Like, that's the kind of thing now. Like, back in like mid 90s when you know, Magic the Gathering was a devilish demon summoning card game. Your parents find out that you draw cute wolf and fox guys kissing each other. Yeah, you're at risk of going to boarding school. Holy jeez. Yeah, mine was not so well received, and to this day, no one in my family gives a shit about anything I animate or draw. My mom is proud that I'm making a living and stuff, but I have a feeling that like no one in my family, like you know, I'm like, hey, here's this cartoon that I made. I worked on it every day of my life for 7 years. It's like, oh, that's neat. Way to go, that's neat. And that's it. It's like, oh, okay, well, if you want to ask me anything about the characters or the story or the process or whatever, just let me know. I'm not bitter about it. You know, I have plenty of my found family.
I mean, I'll put some perspective on that. Like, my mom knows what I make for a living and the things that I draw, and she's just it doesn't even blip on her radar of interest. Her main concern is like, are you paying your bills? Are you happy? Cool.
Yep.
She doesn't care to know about any of it, and it's not from a mean place. She's just sort of like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, but I mean, it's good money. You're comfortable. You're successful. Good. Like, what are the ulterior motives of Wolf O'Donnell in Act 3 of this, that, and other? She did. Don't care.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But I mean, at the same time, it's like my former partner, total distaste for video games. I'm going somewhere with this, and he would kind of roll his eyes anytime I wanted to play a game on the main TV when we were together and that sort of shit. And then there was a time when we were trying to make things a little bit better between us before we split, and he actually started asking me about the games that I was playing, but I could tell that he wasn't asking because he was interested. He was asking, well, not intentionally. He was feigning an interest because he knew it was something that I really enjoyed, and he was trying to fake an interest in it.
He was looking at the rules that were on a pamphlet in his back pocket and be like, "How do I?"
Right.
How is your video game thing? What is the main character like? And it's like, dude,
right. And it's so obvious that you're disinterested in it, but you know, you don't have to pretend for me. You know that I'm doing this, you know that I'm into it, and you accept it. That's all I need from you. I don't need this fake shit, which is what I probably feel like if my own mother were to ask me about like the art and the other stuff that I do. Like, she's not interested. She's not ever going to be interested or into it. She doesn't need to be. So it's fine that she doesn't care about it. If she cares that I'm succeeding and that I'm happy, that's what's good between us. And I think that's the best way to kind of like look at it.
That's
the best
true.
takeaway you
That's
get
true.
from it.
I usually feel pretty like it's like, am I the only one? Because I always look at it this way: am I the only one whose parents like fully support his career choice? Because it was kind of my mom's idea to do art. It was also my mom's idea to draw furry porn to pay bills, by the way. I remember mentioning that shit to my mom, and it's like, well, you know, like a lot of not safe for work artists make a lot of money. And then she turns around and she's like, do it. And it's like, what? It's like, go draw not safe for work, pay. Nobody's going to ask you where that money came from. Nobody's going to care, you know? Like, if you have the money and you pay the rent and you pay your groceries, nobody's going to ask you how you made that money. So, you know, like 10 years later, I suppose, here I am, you know, still drawing for my
Ahora dibuja ilustraciones traviesas.
No, ella dijo, she said, I told her, like, oh, well, if I draw porn, it's like, dibuje porno. It's like, dibuje porno, coño tu madre.
Just literally. I thought, because I know naughty is like traviesa or whatever, right?
Yeah, but
like
travieso
naughty,
is like something
sneaky
like
naughty
to a child. Yeah.
Okay, just
Pornografía,
pornografías.
yeah. Pornografía. Dibuje porno, dibuje. So it was funny. And my parents read my comics. My parents follow me on Instagram. They see everything I do. They see everything. My mom didn't like my first comic because it was really violent, because it was about a serial killer. But my dad really liked it, and he read it and said, "Oh, it's so interesting," and you know, which is kind of funny because I kind of base my very first comic is based on how I used to watch a lot of like CSI and Criminal Minds.
Yeah.
All these other like cop shows with my parents when I was little, and it's like I can make a comic about that, but we see it from the killer's point of view. You know, we see it from the serial killer's point of view, and I thought it was kind of cool. But yeah, as a matter of fact, I recently showed my parents like the music video. No, I mean they've seen it, they saw it before, and they saw me working on it. But I showed them how you posted it on your channel and how many like traction it has and stuff like that. And you know, they're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, fuck,
you know,
for was it 25,000, give or take?
Is it a 25? Last time I checked, it was a 24. Oh, it's growing rapidly.
Yeah, 25,000 and well, I mean 24,000, 25,000 is great. And
Yeah,
now
it's
everyone's
pretty
like,
good.
dude, you gotta, in episode 3, that it's gotta be a poster in episode 3 or a reference to it.
I think I still have the illustration for the poster that is in his room, which was funny enough. I was working on another music video from another of their songs, but I never finished that one, and that's what I made the poster for originally. But I was like, I'll leave it in his room. Maybe I'll go back to it and do it as well. But yeah, no, it's cool. My parents liked it, and both of my brothers, my older brother and my little brother, are a fan of Fox in Space. So when I showed him, it's like, oh yeah, I'm working for him. You know, we're like, oh no, wait. You know, I was like, yeah, dude. So exciting. But yeah. My parents have always been very lax with the things that they let me do and stuff, so I always had a lot of freedom. Maybe a little too much sometimes, but the body layer has fills on it. Yeah.
Just the shirt. Because it is certain things. This is something I'm trying right now just to save file space. If you want, if you want, you can go on the body layer and do multi-frame select and just select the top half and convert all of those back to just regular material 1 if you want. I could have made it, you know, a separate thing, but you know, like if it was, you know, on layer 1 lines, like you draw the line and then layer 1 fills, you fill it in with black. It's the same lines. It's one fully. You'll find this also with the arm shapes, the shirt sleeves. Let me show you on my screen. So what I would do for like the shirt sleeves, I would, you know, draw the shirt sleeve, and then I would hit the 2 key to change over to, you know, 0 strength line like this. And I would do the auto connect and come out here and draw it down here and then up like that. So now I can go in and fill, you know, the thing underneath it, and it looks like this. Now you're going to see another thing. You're going to see another thing on the sleeves where they are drawn. Like, here is the sleeve. And then instead of just drawing a straight invisible line across like this, when you simplify it, it's going to look like this. And this happens.
Yeah,
So
you get
to
a little faded line.
Yeah, when it simplifies from that to, you know, from this to that, you're gonna get that. So to avoid that, instead of drawing the line straight across invisible, I do it like this. Like this line. So when you do it this way, like when it simplifies, if you're sharply changing the angle, it can't simplify the angles. Like if it's all straight across here and it's perfectly straight, then it'll pull some of that over on the invisible line. And yeah, like this. And you see, yep, I simplified it here. And you end up getting things like that. So to avoid that, when you draw the invisible line, you just come down, like I'm going to draw it visible, but you come down like a staple, like a bracket shape. Just a little bit. It only has to be a little bit. And yeah, just like this. Just like that. That's perfect. So when it gets simplified, see, it stays. It doesn't. You don't get this thing happening where it comes out like that. It has to turn direction. It's weird. It's just the way the adaptive simplifier works. You don't have to. Another thing you can do, if you want, you can just run the invisible line across the middle just like that. But see the way that I do it. Like when you have it actually connected and everything is literally just one shape like this. This is one stroke. So I don't even have to do a fill. I can just apply it as the shirt color and there. It's just one object. I don't always do that, but it saves file space. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's this, and then you go to the fill layer and you fill it in. And it works, but now see, you've got 2 sets of vertices that are this big. See?
Yeah, you get twice. Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's,
You basically have twice
it's just extra file space. It's like with his nose on the mouth layer. I have his nose as a black object, so it's not like you draw the nose and then you have to go in and fill in the nose fill underneath it. There's certain things like the teeth. Like when you got the teeth, you noticed how like the teeth are their own objects, and you draw, like you don't have to, you know, draw the teeth and then like go do the fill tool to fill the teeth in or whatever. Certain frames don't need it. And that's what I want with my animators. I want my animators to be able to have something like the 5 layer here that's like, oh, this is its own little piece. Now for the arms and stuff, now when you get up to this layer here, where his arm goes in front like this, you can't do that. Notice here, like it's a fill, and then on this one it's not, and I have to use the color on the back layer because this isn't one object anymore. It's this piece. If I did that, then it would look like this. So I can't do it, but on the frames that I can, if it'd be easier and less confusing for you guys for me to just do the fills on everything, I can do that, but the files will be bigger and your undo steps and everything will go slower. But it's just, I like being able to go to some of these and show you like little shortcuts I do so you understand why, so when they come up in the future, you're not, messed up or confused over it. But it's not necessary. If there's anything like that I do that you don't know exactly why, always ask, always bring it up.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool.
God, I want to listen to Sisters of Mercy now. I love goth music.
Message.
Are you stupid, or is that like a thing?
You're stupid. 4 lashes.
You never been able to discern a concrete sound that defines goth music or sets it apart? I'd love to play an album to show you. Now, like, there's like new goth and stuff where everybody's got like neon and it's kind of merged with emo. I'm talking about gloomy 80s, early 90s goth. I'd love to play an album to... Yeah, not a whole album of one person. It's a compilation. And I'd love to play some for you. Or just some different yeah, let's do it. This is literally the Gothic collection. But this is from like 1994. This is one CD's out of the 80s and the other's into the 90s. And I'll mix them up.
Sorry, I stepped away for a bit.
It'll bleed over into industrial and stuff too, but this is a great mix for just showing kind of what I consider to be Gothic music. It's the same thing with metal. So you're like, oh, that's not metal. You gotta, you know. I'll put this on. This will work. I've been in kind of a mood to listen to Gothic music lately.
Everybody's got a sad boy playlist somewhere.
One thing that would be a great indicator of Gothic music would be like Castlevania. Like Castlevania has an extremely Gothic vibe to it, and it's not Telltale for everything. It's just, I don't know, like anything after 1995, I would have a hard time calling like real Gothic music unless it was trying to be or trying to sound like something that was from before that time. I don't know.
What's that band? She Wants Revenge or something like that. She does a pretty good job. They do a pretty good job of making goth.
Oh, the
music.
Turkish band?
I guess.
She passed away. No, there's a band called She Wants Revenge.
Yeah. You've definitely heard their stuff before, and it's definitely like you would listen to it in a goth club music.
I think they're Turkish. And then like I said, I'm not saying nothing after that is good. I just mean, like, it's like emo music. Like any emo music coming out after 2000 is just going to be trying to sound like emo music from the 90s and 2000s. I don't know. None of this is exclusive. It's just, a general rule that can occasionally have exceptions. Oh yeah, it's 80s. Everything had reverb. I don't know, just stuff that sounds like it's a spectrum. Some shit has it's a gloom. Gloom is the recurring theme in a lot of gothic stuff. It's a very wide spectrum, but it's just stuff you imagine dressing in black and black lipstick and fishnets and going to a nightclub in the 80s with your vampire teeth on and be like, oh, my life is so dark. You know, and it doesn't have to be. You know, and then there's like the industrial side to it, like Nine Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson, the borderline on goth. There's like a big debate in the 90s and even into the 2000s. Like, is Marilyn Manson considered goth? And like, even when I was in middle school, I was like, Marilyn Manson is not goth. That's more industrial. Industrial meaning like all the beats and music and stuff sounds like machine noises. I don't know.
It's its own kind of, well, not its own kind, but it's rock, and it's rock in the same genre that Nine Inch Nails is rock.
Yeah. I will not like split hairs and get into semantics about musical genres with some head. You know, like everybody's got their own interpretation of musical genres of different things. But yeah, like gothic and industrial have a lot of overlap.
Oh my God,
sure.
do they ever?
But,
there's so much crossover.
But I would not consider, like at its core, one-word description of Marilyn Manson or Nine Inch Nails, goth would not be the word I would use. I would use industrial for sure.
Listened to by a lot of goths for sure, but that doesn't make it goth.
Absolutely,
music,
like
no.
I said, overlap. But yeah.
Yeah.
This is the Turkish band She Passed Away. The song is called Disco Anxiety. Or Disco Anxiety. It's a pretty badass one. For something fairly recent. I gotta pee, I'll be right back. That's one thing that's going to be an interesting project that I want y'all's help on. The Yaziks, the pseudo Russian hyena people on the submarine, they finally get music going, and the type of music they make is this weird gothic industrial music that's made of instruments that are assembled out of submarine equipment.
Oh, that would
I
be
would love
intense.
to form a weird goth music band with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna be fucking weird, and all of the flauncy poncy Hesperidia rich animal people hear it and they pick it apart like, oh my god, this is the most low budget dinky shit I've ever heard in my life. But it's still got their heart in it, and it's the only instruments that they fucking have.
Somebody's saying to make a music video out of it, and I'm gonna.
The episode will be, I mean, will it be all these like gloomy, downtrodden submarine hyena people on a submarine making music, and all of the lyrics and everything are just the most like dismal, sad stuff. but they dress up and they give it their all, and I want to make that because I hear a lot of this like, oh, it's this Turkish band or oh, this Russian or this Polish band that makes this, and you can tell they don't have a lot of money and a lot of the fancy equipment and the music they're making, but it's good music, and like the lyrics and everything they sing and do and put into it is like their heart is behind it, and that's what's important. So it's gonna be weird. Glucosa? Who's Glucosa?
Oh, they're
Is
a
that
Russian group. They're good.
Shiki Schweine, like that.
Yeah.
I know them. And Zvezda, I almost memorized their whole song Zvezda because that was in my Russian learning course. They're like, here is a very easy song to learn. Yeah, I know Glucosa. I had to think there for a minute. That video's funny. The pig Hitler. Yeah, no, I've seen. Yeah, the fucking videos are great. Like they have their own like little universe of their OCs. Kind of like gorillas or whatever. I think it's great.
Man, I would love to do stuff like that. Like that. The whole idea of gorillas is what inspired me for like actually make the music video to begin with. So 'cause I love that shit. It's 100% my jam. I'm gonna BRB for a second. My mom's calling me.
Sure. Want no sombreros this time? All right. I took him off stream before people could see the Sanchez and the sombrero that he drew on Wolf.
What?
Yeah, it was last night.
It was something like this. I suck at recreating it, but it was pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
It's K-pop. I remember.
Pepperidge Farms remembers.
I could go for some of their goldfish.
We go for those oval-shaped cookies with the thin layer of chocolate between the two of them, whatever those.
My
are called.
sister knew the guy from this band. I just thought it was cool. Like, she got this album in 1995 and got in touch with the lead singer of Two Witches, and they talked through email a bunch. I thought that was neat. They're from Finland. Remember, he would close his emails with, "I will keep my fangs sharp for you." Just, ah! It's cool to see some of these bands still active. This is arguably the first Gothic song of all time. It was made as a joke song, but apparently it kind of spawned a genre of music. It's Bauhaus, mostly the members of Love and Rockets, if you ever listen to them. Love and Rockets were a big part of my 7th grade year. Yirki.
White on white, translucent black capes, back on the rack. The little goose is dead, the bats have left the bell tower, the victims have been bled, red velvet lines, the black box. The little goose is dead. The little goose is dead. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. The Bela Lugos is dead. Bela Lugos is dead. Bela Lugos is dead. Undead, undead, undead. Undead, undead, undead.
I mean, I assume Lugosi's name is based on the actor Bela Lugosi, but in Japanese they don't have a C syllable. God, now you're going to get me started on my Japanese goth rock bands. Gocht and Malice Miser.
There's a really good one that inspired the design of Vash the Stampede from
really?
Trigun. Yeah, Sid shared it with me a while back. Give me like 5-ish minutes to find it for you, and I'll send it to you. Atsushi Sakurai.
The band is called?
The guy is called Atsushi.
Atsushi.
ATSUSHISAKURAI. Yeah, that's one that Sid recommended. And I listened to his stuff.
2 years ago.
Yep.
Oh, he's from Bucktick. I've heard of Bucktick.
Okay, then cool.
He died. Damn.
Yeah. But it's good shit.
Fucking hell. He had a brainstem hemorrhage and still performed 3 songs. He didn't look well in the first song. He sat down to perform the second song, and then after the third song, he was rushed to the hospital, and it was a brainstem hemorrhage. Jesus Christ. That's someone dedicated to their craft.
Oh, hell yeah.
Fuck. Oh, this is a constant on my playlist in 7th grade. I'm using Winamp right now. It really is the best player. Yeah, dude, Winamp was the first widely available MP3 player in the 90s. Oh, yeah. Its reviews are going to be all over the place because it's a program from the 1990s. I'm sure there's something a little better now. It's just an MP3 player. People use VLC or Spotify. You can even use Spotify to play your own personal library, but for some reason, I don't know. Last time I had Spotify installed on my computer, even when I disabled it accessing my external hard drive, my external hard drive would just keep going, just non-stop. And I couldn't get it to turn off. Resource monitor, everything, it just went wild. And then the second that I closed Spotify, it would just stop. So I was like, all right, Spotify, you're reading my external hard drive, which is wearing it the fuck out non-stop, like 12 hours a fucking day. and I uninstalled it, and I only use Spotify on my phone. Yeah, the only time I ever use Spotify is when I'm in my car, for sure. Oh, this is a jam.
Yeah, the talking hacker dolphins. Jones.
You gotta have representation for Jones. Fucking Johnny Mnemonic. Hell yeah, dude. One of my biggest soft spots in the world is early mid 90s low budget cyberpunk movies. Like Johnny Mnemonic, Virtuosity, Digital Man. God, I love that stuff. Oh my God. I don't care if they're low budget. I don't care if they were not perfectly edited and directed. Holy shit. Yeah, Strange Days. That's by the same director that did Near Dark and Point Break. Or the writer, I think. Catherine Bigelow. Hell yeah. Yeah, Near Dark. Wasn't that with the soundtrack done by Tangerine Dream? Shawnee! Very late to the party, but when the Wolf plush coming back. The Wolfgang Seamus plush will be coming back in a month or two. The only thing I'm waiting on, like, this is the ad for the JJ plush. Not laser pointers, laser beams. Sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads. Now, evidently, my cycloptic colleague informs me that cannot be done. Can you people remind me what I pay you for? Seriously, throw me a bone here. What do we have? Sea bass. Right. They are.
Are they ill-tempered?
Mutated sea bass. Are they ill-tempered? Like, all right. God. I had that on my laptop when I was in like 9th grade. Austin Powers. MPEGs. I got to see Switchblade Symphony in concert. They were great. Oh, here's another good Bauhaus song. I spoke of us was green. Don't why. Each journey lasts a maze. Nothing is dry. Shawnee, if you hit me up with your address and stuff, I have a box of Reese plushes. The Wolfgang plush will be coming in a month or two. I'm waiting until I get this animation done and the JJ plush, because they're going to be released at the same time. Did you see the JJ plush? Well, Wolfgang, Seamus, and James Jr. They're, legally distinct. Nope. There's only about 10 or 15 Reese's left. And they're in my basement here. But yeah, this is the notes I gave for the JJ plush. And yes, his pants do come down. They do. They do come. He's not as wide. He's a little wide here. They're touching him up a little bit. And he's got the little band-aid on his back. But yeah, that's from these notes. I think it's great. He's great. He's slightly smaller than the Wolfgang plush. No, it's fine. You can pelt me with little stinky hyenas and zebras, like so. Or the Reese plush. All right, enough. Silence, enough. They're just gonna throw more. I missed when we had like the special before I realized that it soft banned or shadow banned people. But yeah, the Reese is only available from me, and I only have like 10 or 15 of them left. Wolfgang is going to have a second run with the JJ. but that's going to be in a couple months, a month or two. It's not far. Like all it's waiting on right now is the plush to be touched up and my animation to be done for it. And I may also be doing a Kale O'Donnell Dakimakura this year. That won't be on YouTube, maybe. That might just be on Twitter and Blue Sky. Yes. No, nothing horny, nothing with a dick or a butthole or whatever. It'd be Kale. It would be Kale in an old tank top and sweatpants as a body pillow, I guess. Yeah, nothing horny or X-rated. I don't want to do that with Fox and Space characters.
It's tasteful.
Kind of. As tasteful as
it has a
Dakimakura can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an unusually large amount of thirst for Wolf's dad, and it's an entirely original character. I'm surprised nobody else has made like a Wolf O'Donnell dad character by now. Most of the OC's original characters for A Fox in Space have just been parents. I don't like to throw in like, oh, here's my character, the blah, blah, blah. It's like, nah, let's kind of figure out what this character's mom and dad are like. I want to have Farrah's mom briefly show up in episode 3. They've been burning 2 holes in the side of my head since the second in Iraq. Yeah, this is a great one. Star Wolf in a body pillow, like the whole team. The whole team. So we talk a while about some band you saw on TV. But I don't listen to you, and you don't listen to me. Yeah, it's a whole routine, but it's a very special part of the game. And you don't really care what I call you at all when I can't quite remember your name. It's Fox McCoy.
So I got my ad in DaVinci.
Nice.
Got the music.
Is it good? You're at the render phase?
The line art modifier looks a little odd on Dynamite, and I'm wondering if it might look better if I do that Wind Waker outline, turn inside out, solid
the
emission
cell
thing.
shading shader.
Yeah.
You mean the shader thing, the inside out back face culling, whatever.
Is that in 4.1 as a shader?
Yeah. Shit, that's
Really?
that's nothing new. You got to make your own. I can show you how to do it.
I mean, if it's just a shader, then I'll just or a
I can show you-
modifier. Then
Well, no, it's like you have to set some settings, but I can show you how to get your shine on.
because other than that,
show it
it's
to me.
perfect.
Bring it to me. Show it to me on screen. I know a large pocket of people that would like a Pigma Dengar body pillow. My version of Pigma is not as much of a piece of shit as the one in Nintendo canon. Actually, a lot of the piece of shit characters I've designed not so much. Now, Pigma in my cartoon doesn't do much worse than what Wolf O'Donnell does. He brings him a cloud to Andros upon his request. No, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some art of Pigma that was pretty hot. Like it is perfectly possible to take any gross poo-poo icky character and turn them into, you know, like, oh hey, I'd buy him a drink at the least.
I'd fold his laundry.
In regular Star Fox canon, yeah, like Pigma has no redeeming qualities. He's like, I'm going to get my money, yeah, like kind of guy. But in my cartoon, he's just very much a dude who's, yeah, into getting his money and stuff. But he's not an asshole. He feels kind of bad, a little bit bad, for turning James over to Andros. It's much more complicated in my cartoon. Andros is not just some like, I control the life system, you know, like some like crazy guy trying to enslave the universe. Like I don't know. Pete's, wait, we talking about Pete's Dragon or no? You're talking about Goofy movie Pete. Apparently, the amount of animators who really went all in on Pete's ass is crazy. Well, it's got a little shake to it. You got some fries to go with that shake, Goof. Well, if it isn't Star Goof. My name's Goofy Goof, Pete. Star Goof is my team, not my name. Star Goof. Lord, what a short that would be. Your dad doesn't just have sex, Maxie. I can't do this. I feel sorry. I'm sorry. Your dad fucks. Oh Lord, what a comic. No, the Force Awakens comic is still the best one.
is Burkittsville, formerly Blair. It is a small, quiet Maryland town. There are an unusually high number of children laid to rest here. Yet no one in the town seems to recall anything unusual about this time. To us, anyway. Yet legend tells a different story. One whose evidence is all around us. Etched in stone. Etched in stone. Etched in stone.
Yeah, here we go. Oh man, Imgur. I haven't been to that website in like 3 years. I want to see the face of my son. Leave your come home, Maxie. We miss you. I feel like I'm being torn apart. I want this. I want to be free of this pain. Will you help me? Yes. Thank you. God damn. God, every time I see like I feel so bad, and then I see the last frame and I just crack up. It just falls apart. All right, Rex. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna shut this off though, so I can see you full screen without it fucking up the stream. All right, on your model, go to the materials and make a new material and push it all the way to the very top. Make a new slot. Yeah, cell shade. You already got it, and you turn back face culling, blend mode, no shadows. Okay, you've got it ready to go. So, go and make a solidify modifier. Oh, you've got it. And make the index, the materials pass index -100. Yeah, material offset. That's the one. -100. You just -100. Just any material will go back. Okay, I think you got it from here. And then just do the offset and thickness up above at the very top of the... No, that stays negative whatever. Up at the very top of your solidify modifier, there's thickness and offset. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Just mess with them. I don't know which one. The thickness is how far and thick it is. Offset is how far does it start drawing it from the center of every vertex. You just kind of have to feel them out, hit backspace to set them back to the original if you know. You got it from here?
Bloated. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, turn the offset. I mean, set the offset really low and the thickness really low. Yeah, like -0.01 for the offset. Try that. You just want a very slight -0.001. No, set the thickness to 0.001.
It is at 0.001, but you want it negative?
0.001.
It is. On thickness.
That's not 0.
0.001.
Yeah. And slowly
Just go up from there.
hold shift and slowly bring it up from that. Is that closer to what you were hoping to achieve?
Yeah.
But what? You
His eyes just look deformed.
You can see where it says vertex group on solidify. Okay, so you know that you make a new, go to your mesh for your character, the green triangle setting. Make a new vertex group, very top. Very, very top. Nope, very
Oh.
top. Very, very top, all the way to the top. Make a new one. Call it cell shading. Go into edit mode and select everything on your character. All vertices in vertex mode, and click assign. So cell shading gets that. Okay, now go out of this and go back to the modifier in object mode. And set that vertex group. And you can the button to the side of it where it says that it's got the little left right arrow icon. You can set it to be everything except that vertex group. So now you go in on the mesh and pick the vertices that you don't want to be cell shaded.
And unassign.
Yeah, exactly. Remove or whatever it is. Or, unassign everything and pick the ones that you want to be cell shaded. You get it from him.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's how I do my cell shading thingy.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
I'm doing pretty good. My mom likes to talk, and she was also telling me how she shared the video. She's like, oh yeah, I shared it with your aunt, I shared it to your aunt, I shared it with your cousin, I shared it with this, I shared it with that. It's like I shared basically everyone who I have contacts with and I shared the video with, and I was like, oh cool, thanks mom. So
Oh, the
now
one
whole
on my
family knows
channel?
that- Yeah, the one that
Hell yeah,
the one
that's
that you put up
awesome.
on your channel.
His eyes are still included. I deselected them. Never mind. I know what I did wrong.
I know what I did wrong, and I'm sorry.
Wait, can you unassign? I guess remove.
Whatever the button is next to assign.
Yeah.
Assign, remove, select, and deselect are the buttons, I believe. Yeah. So what I would do is just have nothing in the vertex group. Just remove select all and hit remove on everything, and set the little left right arrow on the modifier to everything except. So only the things in the vertex group are excluded from the cell shading. I think that would be an easier workflow.
I must be doing something wrong.
What's going on?
The eyes are still being included. Even though I removed them from the vertex group.
Go into the vertex group and select nothing. Have nothing selected and click the vertex group and click select. Is that correct?
Yeah. I don't want the eyes included.
And the vertex group isn't. Let me look. Hold on a minute. Okay, and you got to set a vertex group factor. Maybe set the factor to 1. Not doing no difference, huh? Turn hide the rig. I mean, it should fucking work. And clicking exclude doesn't do anything. And there's even like a I mean, it looks so good. It looks really good like that, but I'm not sure how to. Hey, I'm gonna take a break for a minute and go eat the food that Greg brought me home, and I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll figure this out. Enjoy.
But you get what I mean? Like it should work. I don't understand why it's not.
Well, go eat. I'll
You are.
I'll solve this mystery.
I'll be back.
I like how he tries to take a bite out of the comment. It's just like,
I added-
cheesecake.
Added an extra object in the bowl
Mm.
that when he puts his tongue in, it flops out. It's actually just a separate tongue object.
He's got two tongues,
Yeah. Well, the bowl has a tongue. It's like a mimic.
you know? Right. Also, yes, I do also like sniffing freshly bought comic books. How do you know? Same thing with gaming instruction manuals. I don't know what it is, but like the first thing that I always do when I get a new game, you open it up and you just smell the manuals. It smells so good. It's
I do like the
it's
smell of a
something-
new book.
Yeah, it's something that I feel like you don't get at all now because games don't have manuals on them anymore, and it's good because it's saving paper. You know, it's saving like resources. It's fine, it's good. But you know, I still miss having a little manual with illustrations and the synopsis of the story and controls on it and stuff like that. It's not like you need it, but you know, it's kind of cute to have.
Nothing, nothing at all.
Today, the kingdom is coming today. You can't take it easy. Can't turn back.
I like the smell of Japanese vinyls when I order them from Discogs.
You know, we were just talking about smells, and I was mentioning how I like the smell of a freshly bought comic book, and I also love the smell
That's a good
of
one.
gaming instruction manual. Huh?
That's a good one.
The-
Yeah, video
also
game
the smell of-
manuals and comic books.
Yep. Like, and I was also saying how, like, nowadays, like, it's good that they don't have the manuals because, you know, you save on paper and you save on a lot of stuff because it's like, you know, it's good. And the packaging in games is a lot smaller too, which I also think it's good. But man, do I miss sniffing those little Super Mario Sunshine little booklet, and I was just going there.
I want to smell Yoshi's cookie. What does the manual for Yoshi's cookie smell like? Oh! Oh! Get it out of here!
I mean, I suppose it depends on the. I mean, Yoshis are mostly tropical animals, actually. Because whenever they're portrayed in any of the games, they're always seen eating a lot of tropical fruit, and they're always from an island, you know? So Yoshi is definitely a tropical animal. So, I don't know, maybe that'll give you an idea of what they smell. Well, actually, yeah, mostly tropical. Or if I had to assume.
Yoshi smells like a mango Jolly Rancher.
Yeah, probably. You know, that would also make a lot of sense, because in the Super Mario World game, like when you played, in the Super Mario World game for the Game Boy Advance, everything is named after, foods. It's like Donut Mountain, Soda Stream, Chocolate Mountains, The only,
That's true. That's true. And Cookie was one, like the Cookie Causeway or whatever the fuck.
Yep.
Or am I thinking of Mario Kart?
Yeah, and it's like
the donut blocks, the little D donut blocks. If you stand on them too long, they fall.
Yep. It was all named after food, so it makes
like DBZ.
sense. I like that quirk. I like that quirk of the game.
Carrot cake. 1 sec.
I'm so glad I realized you were streaming, or rather remembered. I almost finished that in the most horrible way.
I was going to say, you don't want to finish that whole bit.
No.
Well, I'm sad that I'm going to have to re-render this whole thing, but I'm happy that it's probably going to be worth it.
Mr. 2 seconds a frame. Come on.
It still took me like a half hour to render.
Oh, a big whole half hour of you hitting Control F12 and farting into your chair cushion?
I thought we were on the same side.
Blue. That was the thing 10 years ago in memes where people go, blue. No, but at least, I'm sorry. Like, if I fuck up and I have to re-render a thing, it's like 28 hours. I'm not making fun. I'm just genuinely happy that you only have to leave your computer running for a few hours, because I'm terrified constantly that my graphics card is going to shit itself. Like the last two $3,000 graphics cards. Though the one was already made, thanks to you, actually. I wouldn't have been able to go through that stuff without your help. but it ain't so bad. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to downplay your woes for you, not for the chat. I'm just saying, don't worry about it.
I'm not that fragile. I'll be okay.
Lord. Ay, Dios mío.
Jesucristo.
That one, you know what? Yes,
That
like
was my Spanish workbooks. We had a comic book that we had to translate, and it was a family having a barbecue or something, and one of the kids slipped and fell and knocked a bunch of dishes over, and the mom goes, Jesucristo!
Yeah.
And we're like, that's and someone's like, oh, it means, oh my God. And the teacher's like, that's correct. I'm like, well, technically that translates to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So we both got credit. But, you know, I got credit for being correct. He got credit for, you know, almost being correct. Depends on the religion. Some people think Jesus is Messiah. Some people think Jesus is the same as God. Yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Well, sir, I don't want to get into semantics. Whoa! I don't do that. My wife is Jewish. That's not what I said. How many use that when someone's like, Fred, now come on, let's not get into semantic talk. And I'm like, oh no. It's like, I have plenty of friends who are Jewish. I ain't into that shit. Adorably ignorant. But yeah, it was Spanish class was fun.
Yeah, we Spanish speakers are naturally funny people, you know?
Great. Who's muted?
Yep, hello.
I'll be up for some Valheim in 17 minutes if anyone else is. SSJ4 Leviticus.
My scouter is not even showing a power level for Jesus Christos.
Yay.
Another,
That which is my power level might be unachievable to ye. In the mortal for our lords.
Very like stereotypical Latin American things, or at least like, you know, more like northern Latin America, I suppose. It's like it's either, you know, Jesus, like whenever, or like Madre de Dios, which is Mother of God. And that one gets used like a lot. It's like Santa Madre de Dios, like it's you know, you see it all
Mostly I hear hijo de puta.
Okay, well that's just son of a bitch. Everybody.
Yeah. But like, you know, watching docudramas and just general mature TV shows subbed on Netflix and Amazon Prime and stuff like that. Everybody says
Hijo de puta.
just hijo de puta or whatever. Sort. It's
If-
like, so I know it's hijo de puta or whatever, but say like hijo de puta is kind of like saying some bitch.
Yeah,
Like,
okay. I was also going
You
to say that,
abbreviate a little bit. You get what I mean?
there's a difference between if you hear somebody say like every word like hijo de puta, it means like son of a, like that's like he's saying all the words, he's saying it correctly, but nobody actually
Right.
says it like that. Like the way at least we Venezuelans abbreviate is hueputa. It's like
Yeah,
literally
hijo de
like,
puta. Like that's the way I hear it, but I know it's technically hijo de puta. Son of a bitch is kind of the same depending on where you go. I mean, so is
Yeah, some people
motherfucker, and
say
so
some
is
bit, yeah.
shithead or whatever. But yeah, you could say, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" Like that's more slow and dramatic. Like, wow, you got past my security. Yes, we need you for a casino heist, and he's just like, "You son of a bitch, I'm in," or something like that. But if you're in the South, you know, like, watch out and don't step on one of those. That'll stick right through your foot and it'll hurt like a son of a bitch. And you kind of say S-U-M-V-A, bitch, sumva.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it'll hurt like a son of a bitch. You know, so I like that. Like, Slava's told me similar things about how people will abbreviate certain things. Like, твою мать ебали. It's, you know, they fucked your mother or whatever. You fucked your mother or something like that. But you can just say твою мать. It's literally just to your mother, like something to your mother. But you leave the ебали or whatever out, the fucked multiple or whatever. But I don't know. I'm fascinated by similarities between languages. I love language stuff in general, but finding things like you find a rule or a spelling rule or something similar in Russian that it sounds so fucking weird, but then you think for a minute and look back at your own language and you immediately find something that's literally the same thing, but the American version of it. Like their spelling rules. It's like if you've got a certain word, a certain I'm trying to think of the word for it, preposition or whatever that ends with a vowel, and the next word begins with a vowel, you'll put like a B in between it. Like if you're saying about this would be o etum. And you don't go o etum, you put a B in between, so it'd be ab etum. Я думаю об этом instead of о этом. And it's just like, what, between two O's you put a B? That's so fucking weird. But think in English, we have the thing where if you end a word, or you have a, you know, like the word a, like a hippopotamus, a tree, a whatever. If you say a and then the thing that you are describing is it begins with a vowel, a becomes an. It's literally the same rule. Like right when I first saw the ob, or if the next word begins with two specifically phonetic consonants, like mn, like he's thinking about me. Ты думаешь, you'd think o, and then мне, like M-N-E, мне. That's like the directive or prepositional case of, you know, me. Меня, мне, мой, моя, like my, mine, me, like that kind of stuff. And if it begins with two consonants like M-N, and you've got the or, it doesn't add a B, it adds B-O. So abo, мне, abo мне. Ты думаешь обо мне is like you are thinking about me. And so this is just one of the weird rules of it. I don't mean to go on a big tangent and get distracted, but I love talking about language stuff. If you got or a couple other words that are that end with that vowel sound, and your next word begins with a vowel, you put a B on it. It becomes ob. But if the word has two consonants at the beginning, and it's not any two consonants, it's mostly the rule, but like that's one, like mnie, like o mnie, it becomes abo mnie. And it's weird because we aren't coming from that background, but we have some of the same exact rules, like the a and thing. I don't know. I'm fascinated by that kind of stuff. Never gave a shuck about, or gave a shit about geometry or whatever. I was always good at math and all that stuff, but I didn't like it. It was, you know, like when you're good at a thing, but you're just not into it. Like I was fine with English. I was an English major. I was great at math. I had college classes at the beginning of high school and the high school classes in 8th grade and whatnot for math and English, but I wasn't interested. Science, biology, like it was stuff that I understood. I was like, yeah, oxidation numbers and all that, but I just wasn't interested in it. Languages, Spanish and stuff like that. When I was in high school, it was the only class I got an A in. My teachers loved me because I was so good with the language stuff. But now I just want to learn just as like a hobby on the side. But anyway, yeah, like the language rules and spelling rules and stuff, they're way more similar to each other than people would really realize just at, face value.
I like learning new languages too. I'm just a little stubborn, I suppose.
How much German do you know?
A lot, actually. I can speak some pretty... I lived in Freiburg for 2 years, so I can speak some pretty good German.
Nice. I hear a lot of the rules are very similar to Russian.
Are they?
Like putting certain stuff at the end of the sentence, and especially if the stress is on the verb comes at the end. And things like that. Like, I am to the store running. And things like that, depending on what you're stressing in Russian, of course. But I've seen like the cases, like like words have cases. Like if in conjugation, like I run, you run, they run.
Yeah, they do. And that's like
I
in Spanish
run, we
too.
run, you run, they run, is all just run. But in Russian, in Spanish, yo corro, él corre, correr, to run, nosotros corremos, like that's what conjugation. If you hear the word conjugation of verbs, that it's like he runs, they run, we run, but like that's a continuous or non-infinitive or whatever. It's like I run and I'm running. What like I run every day, or every day I'm running. Like those are a little different in English. In Russian it's the same thing. They're completely different words. Oh Lord, don't look up the list of ways to say run in Russian. Holy shit. It's like 70. We have like run in, run through, run out of, run into. Like I ran into my friend, I ran out of a doorway, I ran under a bridge, I ran over a bridge. Stuff like that. In Russian there's like 70.
Jesus, that's a lot.
I have yapped Rex out of the voice chat.
He's concentrated. He's locked in.
He may not be able to talk right now, because if he's in like a full render thing, it does that like robot popping, crackling stuff. Which may also be affecting the audio output.
Yeah, languages are cool. Also with my German, I can definitely speak it better than what I can read it. because most
Right
of
on.
my funny enough, a lot of my teachers were like, "What do you recommend to like learn German?" I said, "Go to a bar, get drunk, and just talk to people. That it really is the best way." And that's kind of what I did, and it's just like, oh, I speak better German when I'm drunk. But it was also about just let the mistakes be made, and people will help you and correct you. And whatever.
That is the biggest part, because I speak better Russian when I've been drinking.
Yep.
It's
you're
not
not
like,
afraid to make mistakes.
Russian vodka, ha, or anything like that. It's just I'm less shy.
Yeah.
I'd love to try to speak Russian to people more often. You know, Slava, he's very busy a lot of the time. And he has company. So I don't get to talk as much.
We get beer for the Germans, vodka for the Russians, and we get tequila for Spanish.
Hell yeah. I like all of those things.
I would like all of those things right now.
What do you get for? Oh, you get whiskey for English. Yeah, whiskey.
Gin. If you think of British people,
That's
it's
London
gin.
English. If it's American English, it's whiskey for sure.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking
and
like
there's
that,
Irish
yeah.
whiskey, English gin, Scottish, I don't know, Scotch.
For the States, it would be bourbon. I'm pretty sure the States is a bourbon thing, or bourbon is a States thing, rather.
And rum is the more tropical places. I mean, I don't know where things were originally created, but
I would feel like rum is more from like okay, like you get tequila if you want like more Central Latin America, but you get rum and that's more like the Caribbean. That's more Cuban. That's more Dominican. That's more like Caribbean.
I think of palm trees and coconuts when I think of rum.
Yeah, because that's
that
what
might
the pirates
be unfair,
drink.
but yeah.
I think of the Kraken because I really like Kraken.
Oof.
Same.
You got to try it with grape soda, man. It's so stupidly good.
With grape soda?
Yes, Kraken with
serious?
grape soda. Yeah, I'm
Kraken with
100%.
grapes?
Yes, 1000%, dude. It is
I'll
so
give it a try.
good. I don't know
trust you.
why. However, and this is a tiny however, your shit will be blue.
Blue.
Okay,
Because you won't
Specific
have
grape
just
soda.
you won't have just one when you have it. You'll have several, and that will turn your shit blue. It's fucking hilarious, but it's weird. It's true. But yeah, Kraken and grape soda, weirdly good combination.
I like putting freshly squeezed lemons and honey on my Kraken, and that's how I drink
Hell
it.
yeah. Rum is for the beach.
I'll consider
Beer
that.
is for the bar. Wine is for a fancy date. Whiskey is for when you're about to do something really stupid. That's not
Emperor.
fair. No, man. Hear me out. Whiskey is for cards.
I was going to say 90% of what I do is stupid, so it's usually whiskey influenced.
I mean that's fair. I mean, I'd say beer is like if we were going as far as that, I would say beer is for fighting. Beer is the one that gets everybody. Hey, come out here. Which one of y'all thinks
my
you
beer.
can kick my ass? Come on, mother. Like that was always beer in my experience. Probably a mixture of beer and whiskey, but beer was always involved.
So for me, if I'm talking like that, it's because I've had fucking Jameson of all things.
Don't you fucking know me who my fucking father is? Don't you my fucking shoe? Where is it?
think alcohol and bread are like the two oldest recipes to humankind. Wherever there's people, there is alcohol. Even I think even some animals have accidentally like get drunk, or sometimes on purpose.
No,
I think.
they don't do it on accident. They do it on purpose. They gather
do it on
around
purpose,
this
yeah.
particular type of trees in some part of Africa where not long after the fruit drops from the tree, it ferments, and they all eat it, and they get fucking wasted together. Even animals know how to party.
Yep. Actually, you know what? Another one. Dolphins will chew on pufferfish to get high,
Yeah,
and they'll pass
so-
it around too.
Nature wants you to trip balls in some fashion, whether it's narcotics or getting just a little bit of a buzz, but nature wants you to feel good, so you should listen to it.
Always.
Not all drugs are bad, okay? Most of them are, but not all.
I'm down. I'm not complaining. Like, who am I to reject the wonderful inviting call of nature in that case? Who am I to say no?
Question is not whether or not I want to have more whiskey. That much is apparent. I do. Question is whether or not I follow through with it, or if I wait a little bit, then follow through with it.
Yeah, there's still plenty of night left. You can always drink later.
There is. Actually, I should have some water in between, because I do not want the killer headache. I'm down for whatever.
Greg? It's up to Greg, really.
It is. If not tonight, I know that we were planning
What's
on
up?
it tomorrow. So
Greg, would you
I'm
be
good
up
with
for a little
both.
Valheim?
I could do a little bit.
Yeah.
Rex is muted though, so you'll have to check with him. It's his server.
Oh, it sure is, isn't it?
Sure
I might hop on VR chat a little later tonight. I'm keeping the streams around 4 hours because I'm going to be doing 30 of them in a row. I think that's fair to me. And my mental health.
I'm creating a beautiful day. I'm creating a beautiful day.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I am going to go ahead and hop out of here. Sorry that you're just raiding right now, but we are going to go see what Rack is doing. I'll be back on tomorrow. I stream every day for 30 days in a row, and we're on day 6. Y'all have a good one, and I will catch you tomorrow.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bleh.
Damn, I'm sorry that people raided right as I was raiding. But
Dude,
hey,
I've seen that happen
more
with
people
people
for
I
the
follow
raid.
all the time.
Oh, good morning!
It's fine.
5
Yeah.
minutes at Freddy's.